Just remember to close your doors. Realize people could just jump on your boat and rape you. Essentially. True Dawns, the bane of my existence. Wow. Well, that sucked. I'm about to just give up on that boat. Alright, let's start over. Let's just start the fuck over. Right here. We'll just start over here by our allies. We have allies over here. I mean I. I as in we. We as in I. Just me, myself, and I. Where the fuck are we? Oh, we are way the fuck off from where I thought we were going to be. Humano, thank you. Sorry, bro. I gave you the AIDS. Alright, so got that out of the way. What? Good night. Oh my god. Well, that was fucking stupid. Excuse me. Yeah. And there goes my parasite. Son of a bitch.
Leopleurodon magicus is a mid-sized ocean creature, typically between 20 and 25 feet long. I've yet to directly encounter one myself, but from the tales other tribes have shared, it compares to no other on the island. The rumours indicate that this beautiful creature has magical properties. However, the sightings are so rare, it's hard to decipher old tribes' tales from the underlying truth. They say that Leopleurodon is an elusive creature that can harness its magical powers to retreat from predators or aggressors of any kind. But the beekeeping tribes claim that their honey is so sweet that not even the Leopleurodon could resist. Leopleurodon is rumoured to bring good fortune to those adventurous enough to tame it. With the Leopleurodon by their side, tribes have apparently managed to obtain treasure beyond their wildest dreams. Supposedly, even after you've gained its favour, it remains incredibly aloof and will eventually use its abilities to escape even the strictest of captivity.
Uh, Mike? Hey, what you up to? You want to smoke a joint? Okay. Let's go play 3. Where's your third book? Well, most of it's stuff in a random. I'm trying to say a fairy. That's just not working out very well. I mean, I wasn't expecting this to be easy. I'm playing solo on official. So, solo on official, hard enough as is, and now people are after me. Well, not always after me, just not funny. Not funny at all. They're never gonna be. No one is ever really gonna be truly clever or trustful because our soul effect that used to join their tribe. Well, I've told them all that have offered me. If I'm going to join, you have to be understanding that I am live streaming everything. So, that means that you run the risk of people seeing it and being like, oh, I'm going to go raid this nigga. And you getting raided by default. So I'm already going to be bringing heat to the server. Everybody sees it. Technically speaking, somebody can just view my Twitch, find out where my server is, and then literally just go to my base and raid. Because they can see everything that I'm doing. They could watch as I leave my base, and then be like, alright, he's leaving, so. That's fucked. Good? Yeah. Snow's gonna watch that. Watch me play art for 4 hours straight. Well, I do hope that you can find something. Eerie. Like all the all one word, but not Eerie. Ginger flavor? Yeah. Ginger flavor? Like literally. You trying to say I don't know small dick, man? I was eating ball sack. Fingers were my dick. These ones were my ball sack. The grouper thing. They knew all they would say. Drugs. We call it sex, but 3D and stuff. Those all nice. Well, perfectly rolled is going in. Look how straight it is. You can't see this because it's blurred out. But we're doing marijuanas. Sitting on the goddamn corner doing dope. There's no pretty yelling here, nobody. There's no one above me, there's no one below me, it's solid down below me. No big facing, nothing below me. This is the best room that I can have out of. I don't even think you should really do that. That's really good. Alright. I could spell out legacy, like fuck you, like make rats. Fuck you, rats.
Depending on who's eating, if it's an Australian food, they're going to take it as a compliment.
They'll say EU server. There are OC servers. There's people from Spain on here.
I like the return people over here.
Yeah, they do. They sure do.
It's only to go for a bloody fight. That's
I wonder if they're gonna make him talk with a Canadian accent, or if he's still just gonna be like, cunt. They have really poor eyesight, so like you can't see me right now, and they don't even eat meat. They just get really freaked out if anything gets too close to them. like he won't attack me unless I'm like right next to him. I mean an army of those guys. They got the Wolverine claws. They're like the end game tame of this map, honestly. They're better than a Rex for damage output. You can feed them, like they don't have as good of health as a Rex, but you can feed them veggie cake to get their vagina. Why are you nasty? No. No, come over here. No. No. Why are you doing this to me? Go away. Now I can't see him. I can't see him. Yeah. I think you end up growing it. But because you're too young to have to do it right now. Well, best, yes. I'm going to go out as far as I can. The big ass sharks? What do you mean? But you mean the megalodon? Yeah. They know they do it. Yeah. It's a ride shark. Not like riding a sarco better. Sarcos don't run out of stamina in the water. So you have different stats. I don't know if you've learned this, but like everything has different stats. Oh no. Oh. There's certain spots where there's waves that kind of come out. Like the water is just pretty much like where everything's got it all around the system. We didn't really need that. We need something to help it. But building is no lightning bug.
Not lightning. I thought I put lightning into the water. In the cloud.
I mean, you can, but then you get swarmed like poking a bee's nest. Only the bees are human sized.
But if they have a whole server, how to get in?
No, I mean, almost the whole server. I've never seen anyone fill up a whole server with their tribe.
Good goal.
You would need over 70 people. You need like 70 people.
fucking PlayStation. Carter, bro. Bro, go upstairs. Bro, hey, come here, man. Come here. Hey! Bro, get up, bro. What is wrong with you? Bro, you really just threw the whole PlayStation, bro. Jay! Hey! He just threw the fucking PlayStation. Carter, bro! Bro, go upstairs. Bro, you...
Which means she can't really keep my mom that much to me.
For me, my plate's piled high with a clumsy mess of ribs, spicy chicken jambalaya, and corn and bean succotash.
I hope you like it.
With ribs. So tender. I don't care. Food tastes filthy. This may be the first time I should go back to the kitchen with an empty plate. Thank you. Bloody delicious.
Thank you.
And you know what?
Thank you.
I thought it was going to be really spicy, but it toned down and it was spot on. And it actually made me feel like I was back at Mum's for the first time
Oh.
and having some home cooking. It was very good.
Don't get me crying.
That's the problem. Anyways, I appreciate all the support. Thanks to all the Patreons. I hope I can make better... Watch this. I've been locked away in jail again after a successful 5x5 harvest. The monotonous shooting stage has been heating up. lot of my spare time. That's the seed to harvest grow that will be coming soon. Today's focus is what I have going on in the 3x3 HP community plan. I am growing from seed genetic strain. I have yet to try 4 phenotypes of from Robin seed. This strain's lineage runs across what feels like a classic map of purple touch. It is however, and will most likely lean towards being heavier on the indica side. I have been spending some extra time researching the genetics that I just want to pop for drilling and what's more good things about the flower press crop, which is why the seeds end up in the soil. I'll be honest, the quality of my crops recently has been at a high, and a lot of it is just starting with some good old genie weenies. This is the third episode of How to Grow Weeds Easily, and today I am covering the entire flower cycle. Episode 1, 2, cover everything I did up until this point. The row setup and living soil recipe. That was performed, everything. Now you can watch those episodes if you haven't already or just want to watch them by clicking the video link in the description.
It starts with this, a person that you miss, mind your feeling. I wanna feel like
just barely been flipped into flower a couple days ago. After 60 days from when the seed hit the soil, I finally have the 240 watt S3 LED burning Infinity at 12 hours on and 12 hours off schedule. On most of my grows, actually all of them, there is always the point where I can look back and see especially from genetics I am unfamiliar with. Make sure to overfix these plants. This way, once I hit flowers, I'll spend full of potential flower sites. Never every square in my trellis. Knowing what I do in this current crop, I will have definitely flipped the flowers sooner, arguably around 45 days. Would have more sense because the Tinos, despite having a strong indica lineage, is some cellular expression.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
It is currently day 5 of flowers, but while there is fun, fresh soil and water, when you dry, leave for the next few weeks. As I progress through the early stages of flowers, just before I flipped a flower, these porphinos were transplanted into fresh 5-gallon pots using a recipe that was geared towards the early stage of flower. My bed was living soil with 25% of worm casting in the soil being used. And this is the ratio of both the 444 all-purpose and the 284% from Gaia Green Organic. This recipe is a happy harmony of nutrients and macronutrients of these plants. It is day 8, week 2 of flower. The extreme stretching the first few weeks will start to slow down, hopefully, I think, because I am running out of room. These plants have been growing straight upward into the S44 LED. I want to maximize my results and the cost of focus on the growing environment, finding the VP spot, that perfect balance between temperature and humidity is going to play a critical role in the quality and quantity of the crop. Before following runs, spraying showing lines or all of its 240 watts of power, the temperature has been around 79 to 80, or in Celsius, that's about 26 to 27 Celsius. At this very point, I can see the beginning of flower sites forming into colas. But this is also when plants like to be picky about things like the environment. So, stay on top of it. The pots and self-watering trays. We'll say this, the self-watering trays aren't quite as self-watering as I would hope. I did have plants drooping thirsty for water. So I am now watering the medium every day, and I fill the trays up. I will never water, which I am not changing, because these four phenos have been growing most days and showing signs they are strong and healthy. Moving through the early peaks of flower, the chores on my list to do are relatively short and quick. Day-to-day maintenance is not much. Making sure the plants are watered when they are dry, which is obvious, and perhaps the odd pluck of a leaf here and there is all I am really doing. As I approach the middle of flower, I will have a few tasks to manage. I will need to spend more time cleaning up each plant, defoliation at the top of the canopy, the lollipopping under the canopy. And they will need more food to finish out their flowering cycle. Right this second, the 4 wildberry runts are looking incredibly healthy. They have been steadily praying to the S44 LED from AC Infinity. It's pretty obvious by the sight of these flowers that they are loving the light intensity, and this advanced smart grow tent has been keeping the humidity and temperatures dialed in, which is what's giving myself these phenomenal results. Well, that is the Gaia Green Organics, which the plants are eating off. It is the middle of week 4 and the flowers are growing into golden colas. They are stacking nicely under the S44 from AC Infinity. I have the slight check right to the top of the tent because some of the bugs are way too close to the LED. That is my fault for over-vegging them. Nonetheless, the flowers are getting a lot of light intensity, which is annoying compared to some flowers that are already getting a strong, very fruity aroma. That's so incredible. So far, everything about the canopy looks great, but the thread from the early stage of flower, that's a little bit. Now, the plants always need all this undeveloped growth. So what I need to do is to move this thing up on the outskirts of the plant. The plants focus their energy on growing thick flowers that are above the trellis, receiving all the light, and I'll defoliate a little bit from the plastic leaves at top to maximize light penetration and just increase air growth in general. This will grow fatter buds and limit the amount of small popcorn nugs I will have to deal with come harvest. And it is day 35, the middle of flower. Buds are swelling up and will need their
I'm in a whip, so I got a zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the zone. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tune. They in the way, they gotta move. I got a gas, we running them fumes. They don't wait back, it's something new. It's me and down, you gotta choose. I'm taking my time, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my low, I don't got a time. Jesus, you got those eyes. They look at this if I do not apply. I have a label like that.
Today, I will top dressing using a recipe for plant or flower. Depending on the strains and phenos in the middle of flower feeding happens in different weeks. Usually, between week 4 and week 5 is when I top dress feed. I have used the most green gas and the Eerie from Gaia Green Organics. The top dress feed is with worm castings at 4 tablespoons per gallon of medium. And the Eerie is 1 tablespoon per gallon of medium. Warning is water pH between 6 and 7. We're 6.5. replenish the medium with rich, slow-release food. This is the last bit of work I have to worry about until it's time to cut the flowers down. I need a monitor the environment to make sure they water when they feel dry to the touch. It's week 6 of flowers, and the Wildberry Frontinos are thickening up and changing colors. I tried to jimmy up the trellis a few inches to better support the large colas from timbering over, a problem I find myself in too often. Flowering cannabis requires a specific set of climatic conditions to grow. No services, cannabis needs good ventilation, along with control, health, and overall quality. In terms of humidity, flowering plants need less moisture in the air than seedlings or vegetating plants. The airflow and environment inside this 3x3 AC Infinity tent has been on average 76 Fahrenheit with a humidity of 45%, giving me a BPD of 1.4 kilopascals. Large plants in late flowering tend to produce much better harvests when the vapor pressure deficit is on the high end of the range, stressing them just a little bit. Also, a slightly drier atmosphere will inhibit powdery mildew and mold. So, as I progress week to week, I am keeping the VPD of this tent dialed in as one can. And it is wintertime and it's now getting pretty darn cold. I have not needed any AC unit to keep this tent's temperature down. The LED is only 240 watts and it doesn't seem to produce anything crazy in regards to heat output, but the fact is, it's cold outside and it's keeping the tent's temperature in check. I am using a 45 times microscope to inspect the trichomes. I want to avoid harvesting early. Around week 8 is when I like to spend some time scoping things out with the microscope. The THC of each pheno's potential will be peaked out or maxed out if the majority of the trikes are milky white. These 4 phenos of Wildberry Runts are maturing fast. I already have over 10% of amber coverage, so it seems they are pretty much ready to be harvested. I think I'm going to water them one last time, and within a couple days, these girls will be sitting in complete darkness until I sell them. This tent does smell heavily, like berries from a wild hike, or like blueberry muffins fresh out of the oven. The terpene profiles seem to be strong in that very fruity aroma. Hopefully, I can protect those terpenes during the harvesting and drying process. I'll be releasing the entire harvest and end result on my next upload, and hopefully you enjoyed this video enough that you liked it. I know I don't make them every week like a heavy population of YouTube, but I still hope you enjoyed them when I finally do get around to finishing editing them. I think I am the slowest editor in the world. That's the problem. Anyways, I appreciate all the support. Let's go to Patreon. I hope you better than those videos as I go along. It's directly helping them. And I hope you guys like this video enough to actually like the video. And I do want to say big thanks to Guy Green Organics, Grow Tech, and Green Star for supporting the channel. I am stocked up and ready to grow. I am in love with using Guy Green Organics for cultivating. That goes to what you've been having to state it. If anyone is interested in Guy Green Organics, please visit and support your local comic stores or visit the links down below. If you want to stay up to date with stuff that I've going on, follow me on Instagram. But my backup is popping. Don't forget that there's multiple accounts trying to me. So please there's free giveaways. So if you receive a DM or see a comment reply from an impersonator, please make sure you ignore them or report them or do your thing. Just be aware it's not me. Thanks for growing with me, and I'll talk to you in the comments. It is time to get this new grow started, and this should be fun. Welcome to the Hippie Geeks. Let's dig into this grow series brought to you by Weimar Spectra, featuring their new ps5 bar style grow light. As with any grow, it all starts with planting the seeds. I was not sure exactly what strains I was going to go with until the morning that it was time to plant them. To be honest, I didn't even know how many plants I would be sprouting in here until a couple of weeks ago. However, as I mentioned a few videos back, I finally decided to do something a little different with this grow. I am going to run with a single photoperiod plant in the 15-gallon container that you can see in the back of the tent. However, I'm also going to be running 4 different autoflower strains in here as well, one in each of the 4-gallon square containers that you can see in the front of the tent. The plan is to run the tent with a 20-hour light cycle until all 4 of the autoflowers have finished up and have been harvested. Then I will flip the photoperiod into flower with a 12-hour light cycle to finish out in the tent on its own. With all of that said, what strains have we decided to go with this time around? First up, there is the Odd Lady Out, the single photoperiod plant that we will be running this grow. We decided to go with the Brimblum Seeds Granddaddy Purple. This strain is a cross of Purple Urkel and Big Bud that should flower out in 10 weeks after we flip the light schedule. We chose this strain the same way that we choose most of them, by the medicinal effects that are listed for it. In this case, it is supposed to be able to help out with migraines, arthritis, nausea, and the inability to sleep. The possible 25% THC levels don't hurt, along with a wine grape and berries flavor profile, made this an easy one to choose. This is getting a little long, so let's cover the autoflower strains tomorrow. Next up is day 0, and this is the day before any of the seeds actually pop out of the soil. They will start coming up tomorrow, which isn't a bad germination time. Now, looking at the camera here, you can see a little movement, and that is the buggered ants that have been bothering me out in the studio. I have really knocked their numbers down, but they just keep coming back. I am still working on getting rid of them completely, but it is better at least. Let's go over the rest of the seeds that we went with in the grow, and the rest of them are going to be autoflower strains from Fast Bud Genetics, which may sound familiar. That is because the first strain that we are going with is the Purple Lemonade that we ran earlier in the season. I really enjoyed growing it, and a lot of that had to do with the beautiful purple leaves and flowers that we ended up with. It was just a wonderful plant to grow. It has a sweet, sour lemon flavor and can get up to 22% THC levels. It seems to be able to help with muscle pain and is great for relaxing without getting into couch lock territory. This one should finish out in 60 to 70 days from seed, making it likely the first to finish up out of these 4. Next up is Purple Punch, a new strain to us, as are the other 2 that we will be talking about. This strain has a fresh blueberry and cherry flavor and comes with a possible 24% THC level.
This should help out with nausea, stress, body aches, and lack of sleep. You are probably seeing a pattern here and what we are looking for in a strain, and these will show up again and again in our choices. This strain should finish out in around 63 days, meaning that it should finish out second or third. Day 1 has arrived, and the seedlings are finally going to start popping up out of the soil. Of course, it starts on one of the containers that I do not have a camera specifically on, but you can see it happening in this shot. The first one that is going to come up out of the soil is the purple punch that we were just talking about, followed by the next plant on the list, the strawberry banana. This one is a possible THC level monster at 27% and comes with the banana and strawberry flavors that the name leads you to expect. This strain is a heavy hitter that can lead directly to couch loss, but that also comes with a lot of help for chronic pain, appetite loss, and severe anxiety. This is the plant that we are most interested in from the medicinal side, as chronic pain is something that Lindsay lives with every day. This one is going to take a while to finish out a 70 to 77 day cycle from seed to harvest, making it the last one that we will probably be harvesting before flipping the photos of flowers. Last but not least is the mimosa cake, which is going to be the third plant that gets up and out of the soil. This strain is the only sativa dominant one that we will be growing in here and can have THC levels in the 24% range. Its flavors are floral and lemon, and this is going to be a good daytime strain for when you need some relief but still want to be able to function. This one is going to take around 63 days to finish out as well, which means it could be the first one to be harvested depending on what the purple lemonade and purple punch end up doing. By the end of the day, all 4 of the autoflowers will have their tips up and out of the soil, and I can just see the curve of the photo period pulling itself out of the soil at the end of the day. Day 2 is here, and we get a front row seat to watch the Granddaddy Purple come up out of the soil and open itself up, showing the first set of true leaves already forming. If you have been watching over the last few days, you can see that I am getting in here 2 to 3 times a day to water these seeds and make sure they have been kept moist. As I want to be able to see them coming up out of the ground, I am not using humidity domes, and I have had a really great success rate doing it this way so far. With this seedling finally coming up out of the ground, that makes for a 100% germination rate, which I am pretty happy about. Now, with this grow, a lot of folks wanted us to keep you updated with the feeding and watering that we are doing along the way. To start out, these containers have been filled with the Roots Organics Lush Super Soil. It comes pre-amended and will carry these seedlings through their first month of life. You can see that we use the square Jiffy pots buried in the center of the container to start these seedlings off again. I really liked how well that worked out in our previous rows and wanted to do it again here. My thinking with that is the Jiffy pot allows the soil right around the seedlings to stay fairly moist and hydrated, while the soil mass around the plant helps to wick away any excess moisture that would lead to overwatering. Speaking of water, all that I am using right now is tap water that has been bubbled to remove the chlorine in our water system. After I burned the first leaves of the last set of plants with our usual SLF 100, CalMag, and silica mixture, I'm going to wait until the leaves are up and out of the way to start feeding that out this time around. I am watering out 1 or 2 pints between all 5 plants every time I get in here. It just depends on what it takes to keep the Jiffy pot area wet. Now that the seedlings have sprouted, I will back off on the watering a little to keep from drowning the roots, and then we'll increase it again as the plants start to grow. As always, leave your questions in the comments down below, and we will answer them in the next video. Here we are in day 3, and this is going to be the last day that you see me water twice. At the beginning of the grow, I want to make sure there is plenty of moisture in the soil for the seedling to be able to take advantage of while the roots are still starting. But if I keep watering this much, we are going to start seeing some classic signs of overwatering. From this point forward, I will be watering a max of once per day, and some days I may not water at all if the soil still looks wet. At this point, the Jiffy pots that I have sunk into the soil are doing a good job of keeping the root zone moist, so I'm still focusing on the center of the container while I water. Sometime in the second week, I will start watering more around the edges of the container to lure the roots further out into the container soil. We are always very interested in pushing root growth early on in the grow, as it will make the plant more vigorous later on. You asked if we have ever considered doing a breeding grow showing how to make our own recipes, and at this time, we are just not set up for that kind of thing. We have always thought someone like seeds in the past, because when we started growing, we needed acres for residue and not opioid growth, and we could not afford to buy enough cannabis to help her that she needed. If you are trying to breed genetics, you're not going to get the quality of medicine that you will from an unpollinated female plant. I'm not saying that we won't do it in the future, but it would require that we have more space and time to dedicate to something like that. Next up is day 4, and you can see that the first set of true leaves has started to grow a bit, and the second set of leaves has just barely started in there. The plants are still trying to get the root system established, so the leaves have not really started to grow too much yet. By the end of this week, the growth is going to start accelerating, and in the next couple of weeks, you will start to see a lot of daily growth as it is able to pull more nutrients out of the soil and put it to work building the plant up. I am just happy to see that they are growing well, and all 5 will able to come up at the same time, which will make my life a lot easier as the grow goes on. You are also doing a mix of photo and auto strain, and think that it would be a good idea to grab some clones from the photo before flipping them to flowers. That is actually the entire reason that I wanted to run a photo in here at all. I want to mess with cloning again, just for fun. We haven't really tried cloning in the last couple of years, as we picked up a lot of different seeds that we are still working through. I did enjoy cloning, and I may actually try cloning some of these otters that we had in here as well, just for this time. Bill Ward has been doing some really interesting things in that regard, and if you missed it in his last grow series, you really should check it out. Day 5 has arrived, and if you noticed what was happening with the tent walls at the beginning of the video, it has stopped happening here. In the tent setup video, I showed that we have 2 AC online heater fans on the tent, one bringing heat iron on the floor, and the other exhausting heat on the top of the tent. The reason for this is that it allows for balanced airflow as the same amount of air is being brought in to the cooling exhaust. Well, in this case, I accidentally kinked the intake hose so that it wasn't able to bring in as much air as the exhaust fan was pushing out, so it was slightly sucking the walls in and out as the fan came on. I fixed that particular problem, and now things are looking much better while the fans are running. You wanted to know what is going on with those smaller containers, and those come with an auto-pump watering system. The hoses you see aren't actually for water. Those are air lines that go down to the bottom of the container to aerate the nutrient solution inside of the containers themselves. The watering portion of this system actually goes into the empty square on the front of the tray and includes a flow valve that regulates how much liquid is made available to the plant. I am not sure if I'm going to hook up the full system this grow, but I wanted to give myself the option. I just like the size and shape of these containers, and we've used them several times before, just as a normal container with the set. Getting into day 6, and you have a really good look at the second set of leaves coming in on this plant. The stalks are still pretty thin, but they are not having any trouble keeping the plant upright. I do have the AC Infinity cloud ray fan blowing across these plants here, but I have it turned down to 5 on the controller, as I don't want it to blow the closest plants over. That means that the plants that are furthest away are not getting much in the way of a breeze. I will be able to turn the fan up in a couple of weeks as the plants get warmer, so we can reach across the whole tent. As soon as the big tent grow finishes up though, I will be moving that fan in here as well, so that all of the plants are getting a nice breeze. You are also running a mixed auto and photo grow, and are wondering if you can get the life cycle for the photo before the autos are finished. That is totally doable, though you are going to slow down the final growth on the autos when you do that. Autos will take all of the light that you can give them all the way through harvest up to and including 24 hours of light. Most boats will run an 18 or 20-hour life cycle though, and when you flip a photo, you are going all the way down to 12 hours of light per day. I would say that it is fine if you are only a couple of weeks away from harvest on the autos, but if you are further out than that, you will likely see a reduced harvest from those autos with a 12-hour life cycle. Then, in day 7, you asked what the trick is to keep plants from stretching out and being lanky, and that with your 2,000-watt light, you have the dial turned down to a minimum with the light at 24 to 30 inches above the plant. There is a bit to unpack here before we get to an answer, so let's dig into a couple of things. First up, I am assuming you super common marketing problem with those lights, and it has confused a lot of folks. With that in mind, when you have the lights set to minimum, you are probably pulling at most 50 watts, and when the light is 2 feet above the plant, there isn't enough light, so they are stretching as hard as they can to get closer to the light source. It is hard to say where you should be at, as I don't know what light you are using, but take a look at the manufacturer's PAR maps and try to set it up so that your seedlings are getting around 200 PAR. That is where we like to start our seedlings at. If you noticed at the beginning of this video, our seedlings are getting 275 PAR now, and we will slowly increase that to 350 or so over the next couple of weeks. Plants are almost always a product of too little light, and if you watched our P2000 grow video at the beginning of the grow, and if you watched our P2000 grow videos, at the beginning of the grow, I turned the dial all the way to minimum on accident, which led to the plants getting super lanky, and 2 of them died. Work on getting your PAR levels into a decent range, and you should see a lot better results with your seedlings in the future. Here we are in day 8, and this is going to be the last day with this particular setup before I rearrange everything. The Spider Farmer seedling mat has worked out really well in here so far. So now that all of the seedlings have been up and out of the ground for a week, I no longer need it, and it is going to be time to along with the outdoor grow season, which is pretty exciting. I mentioned it before, but I want to arrange everything in here so that I am able to access all of the plants and take care of them, and that is not going to happen with this setup. What I want to do is have the plants around the edges of the tent so that I can get into the middle of the pile, at least initially. This is really only going to work out though, thanks to how even the entire tent with the ps5 grow light, which is why it was perfect for what I wanted to do in this grow. You were happy to see that they are all growing together, and I have to say it always gets awkward when you are trying to start several seedlings at once, and one or more of the seeds doesn't sprout. This is actually something that I have to worry about, as I don't use any kind of community gum or plastic covering, because I want to be able to get the video about the soil. It has worked out really well for me so far, and I've had a 100% success rate in the last few grows. It may eventually come back to my mind, but so far at least, it's working out. How about you? Next Wednesday, here is the of the seedlings. You can see the single photo period plant in the rear of the tent in its 15-gallon container, the Granddaddy Purple from Blimburn Seeds. The other 4 are all autoflowers from Fast Buds, starting out on the front line. Moving clockwise, we have the Purple Punch, the Strawberry Banana, and finally the Mimosa Pink. They are all up and out of the soil with their first 2 sets of true leaves, and they are looking fantastic. All 5 of them are growing vigorously, with no signs of any of them being weaker than the others. It will be interesting to see the differences between the photo period and autoflower seedlings and how they end up developing over the course of the grow. You mentioned that last week the tent looked like it was dancing, and it is actually pretty hard for me to watch it do that, as it trips me out, especially when it is all set up. That only happens when there is a...
I was ever so glad to see Miss Walker again. My assistants are clever in their own right, but dear Helena is still the only person that I feel comfortable diving into my deeper theories with. I fear that I may have kept her from getting a word in edgewise, though. Once I got going on the obelisks, why, I just couldn't contain my enthusiasm. My word, I really have become quite enamored with the subject, haven't I? Well, that settles it. After this next set of trials, I shall go check on the Iron Brotherhood's progress. Perhaps I can convince Miss Walker to join me. We could make a real scientific expedition out of it.
Water that has been aerated for 24 hours to make sure that all of the chlorine is gone. I then add in 5 milliliters per gallon of SLF 100 from Southern Cascade Organics, which helps break down the salts in the soil and helps with nutrient uptake. Next up is 5 milliliters per gallon of silica from Botanicare, which goes in every feeding and watering to help strengthen the plants and protect them from pests. Finally, I will add in 5 milliliters per gallon of the CalMag and iron from Humboldt Secret Nutrients. This will help to prevent a deficiency in those macronutrients and also helps with nutrient uptake in general. At this point, I am watering out a cup of liquid per day that will increase to a pint by the end of the week. Our temperatures and humidity levels in the tent have been rock steady, which is allowing each seedling to make the best use possible of the water it is given. You are also starting up a new grow with cooler temperatures and autos, and they are pretty close to the same age as these ones. This is always fun to see who else has started a new grow at the same time that we have, and there are always a couple of folks out there doing it. It is pretty crazy how many of you are watching these videos with us now, and I never imagined the channel would get as large as it has. I just wanted to thank all of you for showing up here every week and sharing your experiences with us at the same time we are sharing ours with you. Following up with day 11, and you will probably miss it, but I end up watering right before the lights go out on this day. We are not watering out enough at this point to swing the humidity levels inside of the tent too much, which is what most folks are worried about when they talk about watering before the lights go out. We haven't seen any issues so far, but I will keep an eye on it. I am making sure to keep the plants watered nearly every day, though there will be a couple here and there in the beginning where they don't look like they need it yet, so I will skip a day. I want to make sure that I am giving them enough water without overwatering them, as I really want to reduce my issues with this grow to a minimum. This is going to be interesting enough, trying out both photos and autos in the same tent without adding overwatering into the mix. That leads us nicely into the next question, and you have no idea what the proper amount of water is and cannot find any consensus as to how much is enough without there being too much. This is one of the hardest parts about growing, and it is also why watering systems like the autopot trays that these containers go to are so appealing to people. The thing is, there is no one right way to water from grow to grow. It depends on every variable within your grow, and what works for one person will not work for the next. It is the hardest to figure out right at the beginning of a grow, as seedlings are the easiest to overwater and stunt their growth. I know that some folks mention they will do something like a shot glass of water per day until they are a week old, and I tend to do about half a cup per day at the beginning. At this point, I am giving them each a cup per day, and tomorrow that will change to a pint per day. This is one of those things that you will just need to get a feel for, and it will come more naturally after you have grown some. It also gets easier as the plants get larger, as they start to droop when they are thirsty, and you can also stick a finger in the soil to see how wet it feels. Getting into day 12, and this is the overall shot that I currently have going in here. I need to figure out a slightly different way to set up the cameras in this tent, as I really like the setup that we have going in the big tent right now. Once these get a little larger, I think that I am going to try to set up a camera for each plant, plus an overall shot like this one, which will bring us up to 6 cameras, which is the same amount that we have going in the big tent. I should have just enough cameras to cover that when the last one I ordered arrives, as I did hit up eBay to pick up a couple more cameras so that we can cover these grows properly. What do you folks think of the camera setup in here so far? Is it giving you a pretty good idea of how the plants are growing? As always, if you have any recommendations on how we could do things better, I would love to hear it in the comments. You mentioned that you take clones off of every plant that you grow. That way, if you find something special, you will still have that strain. That is a super interesting way to go about it, though if you grow a lot of plants, that could really start to take up a lot of space. I really want to try my hand at cloning again when this photo period gets bigger, as we have not done it in a while. If I am able to get enough of them going at once, I may try to do a wall-to-wall small clone grow in a 2x2 tent. I found these really interesting fabric pots that will just fit in there, and that would let me do something like 9 smaller plants in a single container, which I think would be pretty neat to see. Then, in day 13, you will see that I am starting to water more of the container and will start to make it out to the edges. I am still doing most of my watering right at the base of the plant, as deeper watering will help to make sure that the roots are seeking downward to expand their root mass. I also want them to start reaching out to the sides as well, though, as the more roots you can get growing early on, the more foliage you are going to see later in the grow. I love seeing all of the growth that is happening above the soil right now, but I am a lot more interested in what is happening below the soil at this point. They 14 seedlings that we've been able to get going so far, which feels pretty good to be able to say. If you end up with lanky seedlings, you just transplant them into a deeper container after that, which works great if you are transplanting the seedlings. We do the exact same thing with our tomato seedlings when they go into the outside raised beds. We always sink them all the way down to their first branches to give the root system the best chance to thrive. With something like what we have done here, though, that really isn't going to be an option. I want to make sure that they do not get lanky at all, because I already have put them in their final container. They are doing great so far, though, and the leaves are stacking up nicely. After that is day 14, and I need to make a decision soon about whether or not I'm going to hook up the autopot reservoir and the rest of the system. They recommend that you wait at least 14 days so that your seedlings can get a root system established that can actually take advantage of what the system is providing. There is room in the corners to put the reservoir, which could be really interesting, though I think that some folks have mentioned that the reservoir should be kept outside of the tent, which I do not have room for where this tent is located. It is actually sitting right next to my desk that I am editing this video on right now, and that space is rather full. I will probably wait until after the 3rd week to decide, though, as I want to make sure they have a very solid root system before I transition them over, if I do it. Rob from Rob's Reviews dropped by to say hello, and it is really good to see him back on YouTube with some uploads. Rob is another one of the smaller creators that I follow on here, and have been watching his journey for a while now. If you want to check out his channel, I will leave a link to it in the description down below. He has had a lot going on in his life over the last few months, which led him to take a break from uploading. Other than enjoying Rob's content, I also wanted to bring up that it is very important to acknowledge when life is too overwhelming, and you just need to step back from all the pressures that can happen when you are trying to run a YouTube channel. Back in the early days of our channel, there was a lot going on, and I had a couple of times where I had to step away for a month or more just to keep my head above water. We all only have so much that we can focus on at a time, and your friends and family are more important than any upload. I am lucky enough now that I have mostly been able to carve out enough space for everything, but even now I missed an upload on Saturday a couple of weeks ago, because I just didn't have the time to get it finished. Take care of yourself and your mental health, and your videos will be better because of it. Here we are in day 15, and we are still only going to be watering out the usual watering mixture as the lush soil from Roots Organics comes pre-amended. Using the same aerated tap water that we usually do, I add in 5 milliliters per gallon of SLF 100 from Southern Cascade Organics, 5 milliliters per gallon of silica from Botanic Care, and 5 milliliters per gallon of the CalMag and iron from Humboldt Nutrition. Roots Organics from the low soil will feed the plants for up to 8 weeks on its own, and I typically won't feed out any nutrients at all until the 4th week at a minimum, depending on what the plants are looking like. I had asked what you all thought about the camera setup in here, and the response was positive overall. There will be one more change coming up. When the photoperiod plant gets large enough, I will be moving that camera from the side of the container onto the pole in the corner to get a better view of the plants as they keep growing. They are really going to start going crazy over the next few weeks, and I will likely have to move the cameras several times as they do it. This shot is a really nice one to start out with, though, as we can see all of the plants and how they're growing at once before we get into the closer shots of the plants themselves. I may still add in one more view of the underside of the plant once they get a bit bigger. We will see how that works out. Next up is day 16. You can see all the other outside of the flower of the period plant series as the 15-gallon container divided in forward from the 4-gallon container. I was initially going to put them on blocks to even out the canopy height, but I remembered that our auto flowers are typically flower faster than the photoperiod plants have, so I'm just going to try leaving them where they are and see how the height of their tops evens out as they heat up. What's going to happen with the other crazy. You thank us for still showing our grows, and a lot of folks are not doing so. I love these great time-lapse videos, and we will be making them for as long as the channel exists. With that said, I do not blame anyone for changing their content to try to survive here on YouTube. Their videos are almost universally age-restricted by YouTube themselves, with content stuff up there, which really hurts video discoverability and reach. That is on top of the fact that you cannot run ads on these videos, and so there isn't a lot of incentive for folks to actually keep doing grow videos. love being able to see the plants grow and sharing it all with you, so we will keep doing them and working with awesome sponsors to help us offset the cost of the grow and the time it takes to put these videos together. Stay safe otherwise, and you will see that we don't water today at all. I had done our first port watering yesterday, which was enough moisture to carry the plant all the way through the end of this day without watering again. I will be going back and forth between watering out tiny pieces at the beginning of the grow here as the root systems are still developing quickly. Sometimes I will leave a tiny bit around the stalk, and other times it's full of roots all the way out to the edge of the container. I am just keeping an eye on what the plants are looking like and making decisions on a day-by-day basis as to how much water each time until we get a little bit bigger and things level out. We mentioned that when watering a plant, you should have more dry days than wet days to let the roots surge. And growing in soil, this can be good advice. However, as many other folks said, that is going to depend on a lot of things, especially on your growing medium. If you are doing a cocoa grow, you are almost guaranteed to need to water every day. Even with a soil grow, if you have too small of a container and the plant gets root bound, you are going to be watering nearly every day as the plant sucks up the water as quickly as you can put it in there. With all of that said though, with our grows we tend to follow that advice and we typically have 3 to 4 days between waterings. You can't see the soil in the big tank grow anymore as the plants are too large, but that is how we are watering there right now. You really just have to get a feel for the conditions in your grow and what the plants want and try to give them that. Following up with day 18, and you are going to start seeing something interesting with these autoflower plants, and it is just beginning to show up now. The less soil that we are using in this grow has a bit more nitrogen than these autoflowers actually want, and it is going to start filling up. The tips of the leaves are going to start stretching out and then hooking over at the tips. Here you can just see the tips beginning to stretch out, and it will become I really like using this soil, but moving forward, if I'm going to run any more autos, I'm going to cut the lush with something more inert like cocoa or perlite to cool it down some, as they are just not enjoying how much nitrogen is in this soil. The photoperiod plant is taking it like a champ though, so that is good to know as I move forward with more grows. You mentioned what you use to start your plant, and then you mentioned how our setup looks fancy and nice. I wanted to touch on this as we get comments about our setup from time to time, usually from folks that are angry about the fact that our gear is sponsored, though that is not where this comment comes from. Most of you were not watching the channel back when we started growing indoors, so I will put a link to our first grow in the description below to give you a frame of reference. We did not start out with a fancy setup. We had saved for a while and bought what we could at the time. That meant the cheapest 6x6 tent we could find, which I'm still using by the way, and a pile of small derby lights that were on a crazy sale. We made some upgrades over time as we could afford them, and then we started getting sponsors, which we started to help out, though it was slow at first. It has taken us years of trying different products and setups to get where we are now, and when you are first starting to grow, you shouldn't compare your grow phase to someone else that has been doing it for years. And figure out what is going to work best for you. If you want to see something really crazy, I will also leave a link to Turkey Hive and the grow room they recently built. Pretty incredible. I thought that I had set it all somewhere that I would remember, and I obviously have not. Our garage is a heck of a mess right now, and we just kind of have things stuffed everywhere. I need to find where I stored the rest of this setup as soon as I find the time to dig around. I mentioned that we are going to be completely rearranging the garage after the big grow tent finishes up in the next few weeks, and I'm really looking forward to being able to go through it all and find out what we have and get a better storage solution out there so this doesn't happen again. You had a really interesting way of checking out the moisture levels in your soil by sticking a wooden kebab stick down to the bottom and letting it sit there for a few seconds, then pulling it out to check to see if it is wet. I have not heard of this one before, and I was wondering if any of the rest of you have tried it. It seems like something that should work pretty well, I just don't have any thin sticks like that to test it out. One of the most common questions we get is how to know when to water and how much, and it is also something that we have not been able to really answer as it changes from grow to grow, the conditions in the tent, and the medium you are using. This might be a good way to set people direction, and we will be looking into this one in the future to see how it works out for us. Then in day 20, you can see that I have not started the low-stress training on any of the plants yet, which is something that I mentioned I wanted to do with these plants. The thing is, they are looking so amazing that I just kind of want to let them grow however they want to. I don't really need to push these to grow incredibly huge, as this is more of a fun grow than one I'm doing out of necessity, and they look so good right now that I can't even bring myself to thin them at all. I will have to do some thinning soon, at least to clear out the area near the soil, as it is making it a pain to water. We will have to see what happens as they grow, but I may just let them go and see what they do naturally. You mentioned that your seed germination rate is pretty high now, but you went through some seeds when you were getting going. I think that is pretty common for most folks if you have not had a lot of experience germinating. Before we ever decided to grow cannabis, we had been sprouting our own garden seeds for years, and so had a pretty good feel for it already. Really, what we have found so far is to just keep the seed moist without drowning it, and just let nature do its thing. There are a million different ways that folks use to sprout seeds, and you just need to find the one that makes the most sense for you and works out the best. I just pop them straight out of bare soil because I want to be able to record the progress. A lot of folks use humidity domes or a pile of other methods. There is a way out there that will work for you. Just keep trying until you find that one. After that is day 21, and these plants have gone absolutely bonkers this week with growth. They are by far the best looking seedlings that I have ever started, and I am super excited to see how they do throughout this growth. As I mentioned, we are starting to see signs of too much nitrogen with the autoflowers, and that is just because the soil is too rich for them, as I have not added in any nutrients at all so far this grow. The growth will accelerate even more next week, as the autoflowers are going to start flowering at that point, and they should jump up quite a bit. I have a pretty good amount of space up to the light, so height shouldn't be a concern. You mentioned that your fast bud genetics were getting 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide, which could be a real issue with the photo period in here as well. I mentioned before that I may not low stress train these plants, and this is one of the reasons. If I pull them down and spread them out too much, I will definitely run out of room in the tent and get into some trouble. Now, if I do run out of space, I have an emergency option in that I could pull a couple of the autoflowers from the tent and finish them out in their own 2x2 tent. I don't really want to do that though, as I would love to watch them all finish out in here together. Here we are in day 22, and by the end of the week, all 4 of our autoflower plants will be in flower, which makes it interesting to keep track of things with the opening text. I have added another line so that I can show what week of veg the photo period is in, and what week of flower the autos are in. It will also have all of the usual information as well, showing the height of the light, the percentage it is set to, and the par level. Now, should I be reading that info at the beginning of each video out loud? I still get a lot of questions asking where the light is hanging and what it is set to, and I think that folks practice just missing it at the beginning of the video. I used to say it out loud, but it got pretty repetitive, so I just left it as text on screen. Let me know what you folks think would work better down in the comments. You asked how long it takes a cannabis plant to flower, and usually it is going to be right around 8 weeks. That is going to vary by a week or 2 either way, depending on the strain you are growing and the conditions in your tent, and also what tells you in particular that it is time to harvest the plant. We have always gone strictly by what the trichomes look like, but other folks also look for different indicators. What we are looking for is at least 90% of the trichomes to have gone from clear to cloudy, and then anywhere from 5% to 25% to have turned amber. We pay attention to what the flowers are looking like, how swollen the flowers are, and the color of the pistils, but when the trichomes get to the point that we have been waiting for, we go ahead and chop them down. Next up is day 23, and now that the autos are in flower, we are going to see a lot of daily growth. As I mentioned in last week's video, I expected the autos to catch up height-wise to the photo, and they totally have done it at this point. We will probably have a week or 2 of stretching in here, so I fully expect the autos to get taller than the photo initially, with the photo then catching up as it continues vegging. We will have to see how we do with the space in here, as the plants are going to be growing a lot, and I can already see it getting tighter in here as they expand and flower. will probably be doing some pruning to the photoperiod plant to keep it a bit more condensed, and then once the autos are out of here, I will really spread it out to take advantage of all that space. You asked how we like the ps5 light that is in here, and if this is our first throw with it. This light was actually only released this year. We did our unboxing video right after they released it, and then this growth started right after that. So far, I love using this light. The light spread is incredibly even over the entire tent space, which makes setting the plants up like this around the edge of the tent possible. We will have to see how it works out over the course of this grow, but so far I do not have any complaints. It has worked flawlessly from the day we took it out of the box, and I think how these plants are looking really speaks for itself. Day 24 has arrived, and I am still watering on a nearly daily basis with these plants. We are still using the same aerated tap water that we usually do, where I add in 5 milliliters per gallon of SLF 100 from Southern Cascade Organics, 5 milliliters per gallon of silica from Botanicare, and 5 milliliters per gallon of the CalMag and iron from Humboldt Secret Nutrients. We are giving each plant a quart per day, as a pint is no longer cutting it. That will continue for the rest of this week, just watering all of the soil when it looks like the plants need it to keep them going. There is only one plant that is really having issues with the soil being too hot, like I mentioned last week, and you can see that one in the back left corner with its hooked leaves. I am not super concerned about it yet, and the plant should be able to grow through it, and I will likely continue using the lush soil, even with these small issues that we have had along the way. You said that we should be able to hook up the autopot system anytime now, and I finally found the rest of the pieces for it. I will be getting it set up in here for the 4 autoflowers, and I want to figure out some kind of watering system for the photoperiod plant as well. I may end up using another GrowTech product that they have designed to be used with soil grows, but I will talk more about that once we have made a decision about what we want to use. My end goal out here in the studio is to have all of the grows on some kind of watering system, as we plan to do a ton of camping this summer, and I don't want to have to trust someone else to water for me. Following up with day 25, and you can really see the flowers that are starting to develop on this plant. It is a couple of days ahead of the others, but they will all be flowering by the end of this week. I am excited to see what these plants do now that flower has kicked in, especially the purple strains, as they should start showing their colors at any point. That was the most exciting part about growing the purple lemonade last time, seeing just how much of the plant changed to purple as flower went along. It is always fun to try out new strains, and that is one of the things that autos are best at, as you can squeeze in so many different plants in a tent and multiple grows into a season. You had one of your plants Hermie in your last grow, but you didn't notice the seeds until you were breaking down the dried flower. You wanted to know if there was any way to tell which plant pollinated the other at this point, and unfortunately the answer is no. You would need to have been able to find the pollen sac on the plant that had them to be able to tell where it came from. And to be honest, it could be that both plants hermied. A lot of times it is an environmental stress that will trigger it, which could push more than one plant to hermit. Even if it was just one plant though, the pollen gets blown all over the tent on the breeze, and it is mostly random which flowers will get pollinated as the pollen lands on them. Just try to keep an eye out for pollen sacs developing in flower, that way you can hopefully remove them before they open up. Getting into day 26, and I am finally going to get in here and do some thinning. Well, really, I am going to clean up around the bases of the plants for the most part, and remove any of the fan leaves that are blocking too much of the rest of the plant from getting light. I am not going to go too crazy with thinning these plants if I can help it, though I will need to try to keep them separated a bit as they grow. This plant right in front is the purple lemonade that I had mentioned, and if you look along the edges of the leaves, you can see a faint purple is starting to show. Pretty soon the entire leaf will start changing color, along with the flowers themselves, as they start to fatten up. I am happy that I have this plant right in front of the camera to see it happen, and I think you are going to get a kick out of it when it really gets going. You talked a bit about Turpy Highs and the issues he was having with his room that I had mentioned last week, and really, that is to be expected with any new system. Even when you spend as much time as he did planning the room and getting it and more functional. It is super important to be flexible and not get discouraged when things go wrong, but to accept that there are going to be challenges that you are going to have to adapt to. The only thing that I have ever known with any certainty is that things are going to change, and we have to be able to change with them. Then, in day 27, I am just now noticing as I watch this footage that I should have moved the fan up earlier. It was fine when the plants were all super short, but they are growing up into it now, and the plant with the tips of its leaves hooking may be getting a little windburnt as well. The fan will be getting moved up quite a bit when I get in here and set up the autopot system, as it will be going in that corner, but for now the plants will just have to survive and forgive me. It is not set on full speed though. I only have it set to 5 right now out of a possible 10. A good bit of air. As soon as the big tent finishes up, we will be moving that one in here as well, which should be able to give us all the air movement we need in this tent, even with as full as it is going to get. You also noticed how quickly the autos are catching up to the photo, and I think that this is one of the more exciting things about this grow. Folks are always comparing how differently autos and photos grow, but it is going to be something else entirely to watch them side by side through the whole process. I had thought about doing something like this before, but it wouldn't have worked out really well in a smaller tent, and I didn't have the room for anything else out in the garage. I was able to make space out here in the studio for this 4x4 tent though, and that is going to make a lot of different experiments possible from here on out. After that is day 28, and the plants are about to grow up and out of the frame of the cameras. This is something that I have run into a lot with these autoflower grows, as they just grow so fast in the first few weeks, especially when they start stretching in flower. I have still only been pulling footage from the cameras once a week, and that is when I am also able to check the angles of the cameras and reset them if necessary. You will see that happen at the beginning of next week's video, as these plants are going to be up and out of the frame by the time I check them, so they will need to be moved. I should probably be in here more often checking the cameras, but life has been super busy lately, and there just isn't time. Most of our free time is being spent in the garden, though last weekend I did a pile of work on my daughter's Saab 900. It needed a new brake switch, steering column, and coolant mixing valve. That required digging all the way into the dash for those, so it ate the whole weekend. Hooray for projects? You think that they are growing well because they aren't directly under intense LEDs, and while that is true as the light is pretty far above the canopy, all of the plants do still have light directly above them. That is the best part about these bar-style grow lights. You just get so much more coverage of the tent with them. If we were growing with a smaller board-style light in here, there would definitely be less intense light along the edges where these plants are. But with this light in this tent, the coverage is super even. That is why I have become such a fan of putting the largest possible light in a tent and dimming it down. It allows you to have edge-to-edge coverage that is far more even than having a smaller light in the middle trying to cover all that area. Soon we will be launching another grow series using the Vipar Spectra P4000 in a 2x4 tent, which should be really interesting to see. Here we are in day 29, and this week I am finally going to get the autopot watering system installed in the tent. I finally found all of the pieces, though I do need to order some accessories to get the aeration portion of the system up and going as well. I will probably stagger them out though, and just start off with the watering portion of it to reduce the number of variables in case something goes wrong. I have never used a watering system before where the plants are allowed to only pick up water and nutrients from the bottom, and I am really curious to see how it does. I will be keeping an eye on the plants pretty closely for signs of drooping for a while, and water them all from the top if necessary. As a side note, I have also finally started uploading videos to the second channel again, starting out by showing folks how we install bees into our top bar hive. If that is something that sounds interesting, I will leave a link to the video in the description down below. You asked where we got the 8-inch fan that is in the tent, and it is actually a 6-inch oscillating fan from AC Infinity. They are still not ready to be released to the public, though the website says it will be in April or May 2022. April is nearly over, we can hope that it will actually happen in May so that everyone can check them out. We were lucky enough to have a pair of them sent to us to test out so that we can give some feedback before they go live, but so far it has just been smooth sailing. I think that once they do release them, they will sell like crazy, as there really seems to be a lot of pent-up demand for an oscillating tent fan that doesn't suck. As soon as we see that they are available to the public, I am going to buy another one at retail to see if there are any differences between that and the pre-production version that we received, and to give everyone an honest review after using it for the last several months non-stop. Next up is day 30, and the plants are going to do a lot of stretching today. These two plants on the left are a bit taller than all of the others, and I may come in here to pull the tops over a bit. I haven't done anything yet, as I am really enjoying growing them like little Christmas trees, even though I know that I would get more yield if I pulled them over to create more tops. Sometimes, though, you just have to do things for fun, or because they look pretty, or just to try out something different. I never want to stagnate and decide that there will be no more changes, or that I will never try something new. It looks like the changes with this grow are going to be little to no low-stress training, and then using some new watering systems.
I can't believe
I
this shit.
received the caretaker that I had ordered from GrowTech last week,
Fucking
and we'll be getting that set up
bag
to
is
automatically
just, like,
water the
gone.
photoperiod plant.
There's no bag.
That should be pretty fun, and I am looking forward to seeing
What a
how it does.
huge fucking setback again.
You only had one of your last 3 purple lemonade plants actually turn purple in your last grow, and that is really unfortunate to hear. We have only grown this plant once before, and it turned very purple. You can just barely see that it is starting to happen now, though, with this one in the front left, and when we change the angle in a couple of days, it will be super visible. I love seeing some different colors when the plant is growing, and I may search out some different ones in the future. There was a strain going around a couple of years ago that everyone was growing called Pinkleberry, and it had some incredible pink flowers that everyone was super excited about. I did choose a couple of different purple strains for this grow, but you never really know how the genetics are going to express themselves on a plant-by-plant basis. Day 31 has arrived, and it is finally time to hook up the autopot watering system to the 4 auto flower plants here in the tent. The reservoir that comes with the setup that I picked up can hold up to 12 gallons of water, but to start with, I'm going to put in 2 gallons of the water mixture that we have been using this whole time. We are still using the same aerated tap water that we usually do, where I add in 5 milliliters per gallon of SLF 100 from Southern Cascade Organics, 5 milliliters per gallon of silica from Botanic Air, and 5 milliliters per gallon of carbonate iron from Humboldt Sequence. I will likely start feeding out blue nutrients to these plants next week, and we are going to be trying out something new. We will likely talk about that in a dedicated video, though, so keep an eye open if that is.
Hello survivors and welcome. This is Miranda's Crafter. I wanted to come to you today with a little informative video that would answer a question that I've had a couple of my subscribers ask me a few different times actually, and that is, what is the structure limit on a raft actually? Excuse me. So if you're on an official server, you can do exactly what I've done if you want to test this out. I basically took thatch because it's the cheapest, and resource cost, cheapest. And I built on it every single item I can build until I get to the point that I see this. It says I can't, well shoot, let me get out of K mode here. It says I can't, let me do it instead. It says it can't place that well. There are already too many structures on this platform. So that right there lets me know that I've hit the limit. So what I'm going to do to test the limit is I'm going to go ahead and remove all these structures off of there, and we will count what I got in my inventory again to see what it ends up being. Okay, now we're going to start picking up the structures. And you notice I don't have anything in my inventory except for that one that I just picked up. So at the end of this, we'll be able to see what the actual structure count is, because I didn't pay attention to it when I was making it, sadly. was just playing around, and then the idea came to me, hey, I need to make a video and answer their questions. Come on. Okay, hopefully it will drop after that one. Yeah, okay, so basically just picked up everything around the raft, and then all the outlying structures that were on it popped into my inventory. So now we can see that I have a total of, okay, math, so 51 plus 29 plus 8 equals, so that gives me a total of 88 structures. So for the structure limit on the raft, it is 88 structures. Once you hit that limit, it will not let you go any farther. So if you're trying to plan out a build, just keep that in mind, that the structure limit is 88, and that's as far as you're going to be able to get. So thank you for watching my content. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a great day.
This holiday, make some noise at Guitar Center. Compact Casio keys. Save 20%. Get loud at Guitar Center.
The perfectly melted cheese, the juicier patty, the golden bun. It's all here. Robble, robble. Well, it was a second ago.
Get a triple cheeseburger for just $3 in the app and pair it with a Coke.
You gonna? Oh yeah, it immediately picks them up. That's really cool. That's awesome. So today we're going to be heading out to tame up a creature that got a pretty significant update for ASA. I'm talking about the Oviraptor, of course, and this creature is now able to pick up eggs in its area. So it's going to essentially be the exact same as the dung beetle, where it will just automatically pick them up whenever they get lit.
After a few months off from the constant grind of YouTube, gardening, and filming every move I make on a daily basis, I am finally back in the flow of everything with new grows, brand new genetics, and I am blessed to be showcasing some new equipment in today's video. This is the first episode of how to grow weed easily. If you enjoy these videos even a little bit, please do like, comment down below, share the videos with your friends, and subscribe if you're not already. I am installing a brand new setup today, starting with genetics, which are guaranteed to produce something worthwhile to documenting. And like all my other videos, I'll be showing you everything I do in detail from the very beginning. Watch this. This was stupid for more than one reason. I don't have to take all these boxes back there. I was supposed to move sooner than I am. I'm still moving. I'm kind of tired of holding up on these rows. I can't talk right now. I'm so fucking tired. Okay, it is super early in the morning, so if I look really tired, it's because it's like 6:30 a.m. Today's gonna be a long day. I have a full, entire AC Infinity grow setup to set up. Oh, great choice of words. It's going to take me all day, probably. You guys already know the link and coupon codes down below in the description. For this grow series, I am going to be releasing multiple episodes. Whenever it's said and done, I will create a run and piece everything together. So for anyone who wants to watch a video that is from start to finish, that will be made once everything's done. Please like the video. It really helps. Every time I don't say it, you guys don't do it. So please like. Okay, so there's all these boxes back there. I used to make an argument that this is going to be the next great setup that I have. Period. It's definitely going to be the smartest. Today, I am installing all these products from AC Infinity, which includes a grow tent, ventilation system, and air circulation, a new light fixture, which I'm excited to unbox, and I'm connecting all of this to the smart controller. Links and coupons to all the products you see in this video are going to be down below, but I am also going to break down the cost of this entire grow tent setup for anyone interested. The 3x3 I am installing is called the Cloud Lab 733 Advanced Grow Tent. The steel construction poles are 22mm thick, so this 3x3 tent from AC Infinity can stand up to 150 pounds of grow equipment. It is a 3x3. You will never have 150 pounds in your hand, but it's nice to know that your tent construction is overkill. What you want. The tent itself is made with extra thick waterproof Oxford high density 2000D canvas, which obviously to most people is pure gibberish. So to put it in words most of us can understand, the durability of this tent is high. It's built to last. Now, a pet peeve of mine with most grow tents is there's always some kind of leakage through the zippers. However, what's different about the AC Infinity tent is that there's an inner ribbon stitching creates a seal that lines the zippers inside the grow tent. So, light leaks solved. Grow tent is all set up. It's now time to install 150 pounds of grow equipment. I am joking. They're jokes. Moving on to the ventilation setup. I'm using the Cloud9 S6 6-inch inline fan and the carbon filter from AC Infinity to ventilate this 3x3 grow tent. Now, since this tent is a 3x3, which is a smaller size compared to my other setups, the room inside the tent is limited, so I'll be setting up the ventilation on the outside of the tent. Now, despite the look, I have always used aluminum foil to make sure the inline fan and ducting are completely sealed, which is, yes, overkill, but the system is 100% sealed for an efficient performance. This inline fan and carbon filter is designed to ventilate this grow tent and will be responsible for transferring air and exhausting odors. And this will be hooked up to the intelligent controller with temperatures and humidity programming, which will control the fan speed based on maxes and lows I will be setting. I have the 6-inch inline fan sitting on top of the tent out of the way from everything, and I have the carbon filter on the ground directly outside the tent. This is the first time I've ever set up my ventilation this way, and I must say, the extra space inside the tent is wonderful. Ventilation is all done. It's now time to unbox and install the light fixture for this 3x3 grow tent. This is the 240-watt ion-board S33 grow light, an optimized, full-spectrum LED using Samsung's LM301B diodes. Positioned diodes to create the most uniform HAR map and the deepest canopy penetration. Built on a fanless unibody aluminum board to dissipate heat and extend the diode's lifetime. And this light is dimmable from 0 to 100% and connects to the AC Infinity Smart Controller to access grow cycles, scheduling, app control, and more. Every piece of equipment in this 3x3, from the fans to even the light, are connected to help achieve the ideal grow environment. Air circulation inside the tent, and the controller to install and connect all the equipment to.
Be there for me.
This controller can connect up to 4 devices and provide shared or independent programming. The system goes beyond the basic on and off triggering by setting up dynamic programs that adjust fan speed and light intensity in response to temperature and humidity are now set. Temps, I have the high set to 84 Fahrenheit, which is 29 Celsius, and my low is set to 64 Fahrenheit, which is 18 Celsius. And my humidity high is currently set to 67%, which will change as I progress into the flowering stages, but for propagation and the veg stage, I think 67% is a good humidity to have as a high. And my low is set to 35%, which honestly I think is an irrelevant number to set it to because my humidity never dips that low unless I am running a view. My main concern is going to be the height. So for now, these are my current settings, which I would like to just tweaking as I Now here's the cost breakdown for this entire setup, and these prices Cloud Lab 733 Advanced Grow Tent is $143. The 6-inch Cloudline T6 inline fan, carbon filter, ducking, and smart controller all together as a kit is $229. The 240-watt ion board S33 grow light meant for this 3x3 is $269. And the 6-inch Cloud Ray S6 clip oscillating smart fans. I have 2 of them, $60 each. This entire setup, as you see it, is $760 USD. As everyone already knows, links are in the description for anyone who's interested in any of the AC Infinity products. Order it directly from their website or Amazon. A coupon code will give you a discount on both the official website or Amazon. Now, it's time to start gardening. About 1 week prior to having the plant the seeds for this new run in the AC Infinity tent, I was downstairs pre-mixing some living soil. Gaia Green's living soil is made up from peat moss, perlite, cocoa coir, fir bark, composted porcine litter, and African night crawler worm castings. This is a premium potting mix, which comes pre-charged with select Gaia Green's fertilizers. This super soil has a high porosity and moisture retention for an optimal root environment and supports beneficial microbial activity, making it biologically active to ensure high nutrient availability. I easily could just use this living soil right out of the bag for seedlings and young vegging plants, and they will be happy and fed for a couple weeks. But I am going to supercharge this soil, aka feed the soil even more with what I have found to be a very successful mix for seedlings and the vegetative stage. More of the worm casting because of the dense microbial life they have, and I am adding this in at like 20% of the medium used. I am purely using my eyes to gauge how much is going in. I completely just eye it out every single time. And I'm using the 444 all-purpose slow-release fertilizer from Gaia Green. This, in my opinion, is the perfect NPK ratio for plants that are going through the vegetative stage. These ingredients, plus water, is all I need for perfectly healthy, thriving plants. I'm adding in the 444 at the recommended dose of 3 tablespoons per gallon of medium being used. These ingredients I added into Gaia Green's living soil are going to feed the soil. The soil will be full of microbes. These itty-bitty, tiny microorganisms form a food web in the soil that helps feed the plants in exchange for carbons and sugars that the plant releases through the roots into the soil. In this organic style of growing, the power is given to and have evolved over time to learn to finding what they require in the soil in which they live. It's this ecosystem within the soil and its relationship with the plants that we call living soil. It is why you may have heard organic gardeners preach about feeding the soil all the time, not the plants. Our job is to keep a rich, nutrient, microbial-filled medium for the plants to thrive off. The plants will feed themselves, unlike synthetic bottle nutrients which feed the roots, not the soil. I'm germinating 4 photoperiod seeds in these cute little 4-inch nursery pots, which come with their individual domes. I know, they're cool. The Amazon link is in the description for anyone who is interested in these cute little nursery pots. And right now I have one singular fly in my house, and he seems to not want to leave me alone. I'll be popping some wildberry runts from Robin Hood Genetics. This purple punch and runts cross should deliver some serious terps and pack-a-heavy punch. The pun was completely intended. Purple Punch is the sweet and sedating union of 2 indica dominant classics by breeding Larry OG with Granddaddy Purple. I should be smelling lots of grape candy and blueberry muffins like they're fresh out of the oven come flower time. Now the Runts is made by the Cookies fam at Crossing Skittles and Gelato. This strain produces incredibly pretty flavor profiles that smells just like a bag of sugary candy. This strain is known for its resin-drenched buds that produce a range in color from rich purple to lime green. If you ask me, I think it's a lethal combination of a cross between the two. I expect nothing short of something really above average. Each seed is getting an ounce and a half of unchlorinated tap water, and I am using my chunky baser to apply the water. It might look weird, but it is effective for watering seeds without pushing the seed around. Each pot is also tagged phenos 1 through 4, and I am now placing them in my AC Infinity grow tent on top of a 5-gallon bucket. The S33 LED distance from the nursery pot is around 3, maybe even 3.5 feet. And I've dimmed the light to 10 power, so it's only pulling around 144 watts from the wall. To germinate and veg these seeds, I have the light programmed to an 18 hours on and 6 hours off time schedule. With these domes, the environment for sprouting seeds should be ideal. In as little as just 3 days, I should have some seedlings to water. My seeds have all germinated with a success rate of 100%. The 2 rounded cotyledon leaves are now growing out from the stem as the plant unfolds from its protective shell. These cotyledon leaves are responsible for taking in sunlight so the plant can grow healthy and stable. Roots are now developing and growing underneath the soil surface. As they pass, the seedling stalk will rise. In just a matter of days, these germinated seeds will soon showcase their first set of fan leaves. I am trying to avoid overwatering the plants during this small period during the seedling stage. Its roots are small, and it doesn't take much water for the plants to thrive. At this stage, the plants are vulnerable to disease and mold. I am making sure to keep the environment clean, and I am monitoring any excess moisture, aka humidity, while giving the plants plenty of light to grow into as the plants get ready to enter the vegetative stage. One of the 4 phenos does seem to be lagging behind just slightly. Perhaps this is the runt of the group. With any luck, it will catch up to the others once I start training the plants. But for now, I am very happy with these vibrant, healthy-looking plants. The vegetative stage is where the plants grow truly takes off. After they are transplanted into larger pots, the roots and foliage will start developing rapidly. At this time, I'll be starting the plant training on these 4 phenos. On the next episode, I will be covering the entire veg stage and taking you through the plant training these 4 phenos will be getting. I have other projects on the grow being documented from start to finish. So on top of this series, there will be other start-to-finish grows being showcased here on this channel. I appreciate everyone who does stick around to the very end of the video, who shows their support by watching, liking, commenting down below. Just by doing those things, you are truly supporting me and this channel. And God bless to all the people who do donate less than a copy a month just to fund and support this channel via Patreon, or who gear up using the equipment links and coupons which are found down down below in the description of the video. I know a lot of you do both. Just want to say it makes a huge difference, and I sincerely appreciate all of you. Stay tuned for episode 2. Thanks for growing with me, and I'll talk to you in the comments. Real awesome about the community guidelines, so if you are over the age of 18, cool. But if you're not, please don't watch this. Previously, on the first episode of How to Grow Weed Easily. In episode 1, I pretty much covered this entire fancy root grow setup from A to Z. Went over my living soil recipe for veg, which I do start my season. I also went through in detail the germination and seedling stages. Today is episode 2, where I'm going to cover this entire veg stage, which will take these plants all the way until the day I flip into flower. As of right now, it is day 25 from when I planted the 4 wild berry run seeds, and I already had a close call with underwater, which left its mark on the ground. Something that is yet easily available if I were to pay closer attention to the progress. A few of the phenos I had been working with flat underwater, and even very little by over or under watering. When the culprit is under watering, the first stage you will see is the plant drooping. Once the leaves begin wilting, it's now safe to say the roots of the plant are going dry as the Sahara Desert. The fix is easy. Water the suckers. I finally was able to rectify the issue with a more consistent daily maintenance. Luckily, I caught the drooping on my time lapse, and you can see what happens to an underwater plant and how quickly it bounces back once given that sustenance. So that hiccup did leave these plants with a few markings on their leaves, but all in all, these plants are looking damn nice and vibrant. It is day 25. They will have to be transplanted into bigger pots with fresh medium and food pretty soon. As of right now, they are very healthy and are thriving in this organic living soil recipe from diagram. Today is Wednesday. I'm going to clean these plants up by removing some of the damaged foliage, and I am going to be watering. Fish down 6.5 fish. At the moment, they transplanted this soil there, roots develop and fill in the soil, which the rate of consumption will increase again. They have yet to have any training performed. Today, I am going to stress these girls out just a little bit. By topping each one, this will produce 3 tops instead of the 1. The plant will have some stunted growth, but will recover quickly and will create more opportunities for more yield when it comes time to flip into flower. Topping is just one of the few methods I utilize to fill up my grow tents from wall to wall. The best way to increase my yield is not to cut myself short when flipping into flower. Making sure this tent has a full canopy before the flip will ensure I maximize the space and want to use.
Some of them got away, which will bear more attention. And all of this considered, when the day is done, but I'm not looking at section 60 down in Arlington.
So once the plant has outgrown the pot and there's no more rich soil for them to grab food from, they will begin to change in health quite quickly. Today, I have to transplant these 4 plants into larger pots. I am mixing up living soil, worm casting, 444 all-purpose with a sprinkle of extreme gardening micro. This is mycorrhiza that can help these plants recover faster from the transplant. In fact, the mycos facilitates fungi growth within the soil, which will help increase the uptake of water. It will improve things like the soil structure and the soil's water retention, help increase soil microbes, and will even build a defense against environmental stresses and things like pathogens or diseases. I mainly just use it during the transplant. I cover the plant's roots in them and will also sprinkle it on the soil surface before I begin filling the pot with the fresh soil. These plants' roots are pretty robust. I am pruning them with my clean square snips. Pruning the roots can help root-bound plants to begin growing outward into the fresh soil. As long as the roots are strong, healthy, and a little over-rooted, I will use this pruning technique. Otherwise, it's unnecessary stress. Which is still pretty small for organic inside this tent. I'm going to move the Ion Board S44 LED from AC Infinity closer to the plant. The light is being placed around 2 to 2.5 feet from the vegging for wild berry cakes. I am not measuring this, I am just guesstimating. The light has adjusted to all of its 240 watts from the wall of power, which should be plenty of power intensity for the plants to grow into bigger, stronger, healthier bushes. And I don't have a fancy expensive power meter. I'm going to use my common sense. Over the next few days, I'm going to keep close eyes on the rate of growth and know distances on the plant. And will adjust the light if I need to. It's day 39 from when I planted the seed. Exactly 6 days from when these plants were transplanted. I can tell the roots are already growing outward into the fresh medium for food. The color on the wildberry cakes are becoming vibrant. different. How much it green? So far, the 4 plants have just been topped, creating 2 main top sites instead of the one only. Today's work is going to be quick. They need a little water, and I am going to begin low-stress training them. I plan on bending the tallest branches over, which will allow the growth below to catch up, creating an even canopy. This technique will have to be performed daily for it to be effective because the plants do rebound back very fast, and it's merely only a few hours for the bent stem to start growing back upwards towards the light. These 4 wildberry cakes are very healthy, and the stems are valuable, making the process of bending the stems over easy. But I am sure if you're watching this, you already know how easy it is to snap the stems using this method. It simply takes some trial and error, but the time moves on, I think less is more with this technique. The plants go through less stress, and they stay in a state for growth and avoid any kind of real stunting. And no hiccups with breaking the main stem of the plant off, which really sucks. I've only done that 1 trillion times, and then I would pull some red-green shit and try to duct tape it back together. And sometimes that actually works. But the point is to avoid having to do those things. So I am coming into this garden daily, and I am bending the branches down lightly on the daily. With each passing day, the plant's health is increasing. The roots are reaching outward, the slow-release food is inoculating, becoming available for plant uptake, and the rate at which the plants consume water is changing with the new root growth. The amount I train plants is very case dependent. The pen size and plant count are 2 major factors to how much the wildberry cakes are being trained. Besides topping the plants once early on, the low-stress training on the odd day, and simply the plant's veg growth from the amount of days being in veg are the only things I am utilizing to fill this 3x3 tent out for now. Come flower time, there will be a trellis installed to help efficiently fill the grow area out from wall to wall. It's now day 56 for planting the seeds. The tent is almost full. I am cleaning each plant one by one, which is a typical chore I do prior to flipping into the flowering phase. I start by removing the big foliage, which is overshadowing a lot of the below growth. This alone increases the light penetration into the plant's lower canopy. I'll also combine some minor lollipops and will even prune some lower branches that won't end up turning into anything worthwhile. I am now going to assemble and test out these new self-watering trays for fabric pots from AC Infinity. On paper, they really seem perfect for this organic water when dry style of gardening. These self-watering bases directs water up to the plant using these wick lines. These supposedly moisten the soil and roots. So in essence, or the idea is that the watering trays deliver water to the fabric pots, removing the need for active irrigation. So I am trying out doing this and how they work. For anyone interested in these trays or any other products offered by AC Infinity, the link and coupon is down below in the description. I am filling up these trays with water that is pH to 6.5-ish. And I'm using the gauge included to keep track of the water levels. I don't know why I said that weird. So this environment in the AC Infinity Advanced Grow Tent has been one of the most controlled runs I have had in a while. The BPD for late veg has nearly been perfect day to day. Right now, the humidity is around 60% with an average temperature of 80 Fahrenheit or 27 Celsius, roughly. In this room, I do have a dehumidifier draining into a 5-gallon bucket, which is running and set to 60%, helping my humidity stay in check. It has only been a few days since using these new self-watering trays, and I am still getting the hang of them. The lower part of the medium seems to be benefiting from the trade, but the top of the soil seems to be needing water. So I've been watering in the topsoil when I go to refill the trays. I also have to remind myself to stop moving the pots around so much because the wick line will move. It's day 62 from when you tested the soil. This tent is possibly over-vegged, which is a big myth, I think. These plants are hungry. Today is transplant day. I am moving the wildberry runts into some fancy 5-gallon fabric pots from Infinity. These pots are exceptionally well made. Just look at them. Anywho, technically, I am still in veg, at least for the next couple weeks, while the roots take their sweet time of growing outward into the new medium. So today's soil recipes for plants entering into the flowering phase of their life. I'm starting with Gaia Green's living soil, and I am adding in 25% organic worm castings to the living soil being used. Just hide this out. It's a guesstimation. Okay, quick rant about worm castings, which are the richest organic natural fertilizer the plants can utilize, and it's a staple and a must-have ingredient in my soil recipes. Worm poo is full of organic matter, desirable microorganisms, and water-soluble plant nutrients. It contains more than 50% more humus than what you would find in topsoil, which helps the soil become more fertile. With humus, the soil will crumble. Air and water will move easier through the loose soil, and oxygen can reach the roots of the plants, ultimately improving the soil structure. There's also an increase in water retention, keeping the soil moist for longer periods of time, which allows for better absorption. Earthworm castings will even fix the nutrients, essentially preventing plants from taking more than what they need. It also anchors nutrients so that they do not flush away when you go to water. And it can even act as a barrier to help plants grow in soil where the pH levels are maybe too high or too low. They prevent extreme pH levels from making it impossible for plants to absorb nutrients from the soil. I am adding in a 50-50 ratio with a 4-4-4 all-purpose and the 2-8-4 bloom from Gaia Green. I found this to be a nice NPK ratio for the plants entering into the flowering stage. With these ingredients, the wildberry runts will have everything they need to thrive. And lastly, I am using mycorrhizae. This is some synergy from Growtech. Mycorrhizal fungi allows plants to draw more nutrients and water from the soil. This will increase the plant tolerance to different environmental stressors. Moreover, this fungi plays a major role in the soil aggression process, and it will stimulate microbial activity. The mycorrhizae needs the presence of roots for spores to germinate and attach. Otherwise, they will remain dormant in the soil, which is why it's most effective when used during a transplant. I personally do not recommend top dressing with this ingredient. You will make the most of it when it's applied directly to the roots of the plants. After 2 days from the transplant, the wildberry runts are looking a lot more vibrant. They're happy and healthy, and I can tell just by how fast they are drinking water. This is the day of flip. This very full 3x3 is being flipped into the flowering stage. I will be changing the light schedule from 18:6 to 12 hours on and 12 hours off. Today's chores is some pre-flower prep. so mainly canopy maintenance. I am doing some defoliation on top for more light penetration into the lower flower sites. And I'm cleaning up the lower skirts of each plant, making the plant focus its energy towards the flower sites that will be worth my while.
Yes, hit the boulevard and hit my dance. Everybody wanna be a boss, but they can't. But they motherfuckers can't go over anything like ranch. Headed to my old hoes, bon voyage like I'm in France. Hey, now I eat hors d'oeuvres and get them served at my events. Hey, fuck up my face, please and thank you in advance. Hey, I'm like, hey, Jay, you know the game. It's all in my veins. Bitch ain't no.
That's the problem. Anyways, I appreciate all the support. Hey guys, YouTube's been real awesome about the community guidelines, so if you are over the age of 18, you're cool. But if you're not, please don't watch this. I've been locked away in jail again after a successful 5x5 harvest. The monotonous trimming stage has been eating up a lot of my spare time. That's the seed to harvest grow that will be coming soon. Today's focus is what I have going on for 3x3 I am growing from seed to genetic strain. I've yet to try 4 phenotypes of wildberry runs from Robin Hood. This strain's lineage is red across with what feels like a classic Albuquerque punch. This is a hybrid and the most likely lean towards being heavier on the indica side. I have been spending some extra time researching the genetics that I do want to pop before germinating any seed. I was told pretty good things about this wildberry rents cross from Robin Hood, which is why the seeds did end up in the soil. I'll be honest, the quality of the crops recently have been at an all-time high, and a lot of it is just starting with some good old Genie Weenies. This is the 3rd episode of How to Grow Weed Easily, and today I am covering the entire flower cycle. Episode 1 and 2 cover everything I did up until this point. From the grow setup and living soil recipe to training and canopy maintenance. Everything. I don't know why I went. Now you can watch those episodes if you haven't already or just want to watch them again by clicking the videos linked in the description.
It starts with the person that you miss. I wanna feel back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I have to wait for better days. In your reality.
Of my grows, actually, all of them. There was always a point where I can look back and see where I may have done things a little different, especially in growing genetics I am unfamiliar with. But I did play my cards safe. I made sure to over-veg this way, once I hit flower, I have a tent full of potential flower sites that cover every square in my trellis. Knowing what I do at this current point, I would have certainly flipped into flowers sooner, arguably around 45 days would have made more sense because these phenos, despite having a strong indica, did some solid early stretching.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
It is currently day 5 of flower. The wildberry run canopy is on the amend. These plants are in fresh soil and just being watered when they are dry for the next few weeks. As I progress through the early stages of flower, the canopy-intense environment becomes my main focus since the food is already taken care of. Just before I flipped to flower, these 4 phenos were transplanted into fresh 5-gallon pots using a recipe that was geared towards the early stage of flower. My mix was living soil with 25% of worm castings to the soil being used, and I I did use a 50-50 ratio of both the 444 all-purpose and the 284 bloom from Gaia Green Organics. This recipe is of micronutrients and macronutrients for any plant to thrive. It is day 8, week 2 of flower. The extreme stretching of the first few weeks will start to slow down, hopefully, I think, because I am running out of room. These plants have been growing straight upward into the S44 LED. If I want to maximize my results, I will have to focus on the growing environment, finding the VP spot for that perfect balance between temperature and humidity is going to play a critical role in the quality and quantity. That's right. And the 4 Valberry runs are praying, showing signs they are extremely happy, healthy, and enjoying a pretty dazzling environment for flower. I am averaging around 60% relative humidity with the S34 LED using all of its 240 watts of power. The temperature has been around 79 to 82 Fahrenheit. Or Celsius, that's about 26 to 27 Celsius-ish. At this very point, I can see the beginning of flower slates forming into colas. But this is also when plants like to be picky about things like the environment and nutrients. So I will have to stay on top of my game. The pots and self-watering trays for AC Infinity are rolling up. We'll say this, the self-watering trays aren't quite as self-watering as I would hope. I did have plants drooping, thirsty for water. So I am now watering in medium every time, and I will fill the trays up. Moving through the early weeks of flower, the chores on my list to do are relatively short. Day-to-day maintenance is making sure the plants are watered when they are dry, which is obvious, and perhaps the odd pluck of a leaf here and there is all I am really doing. As I approach the middle of flower, I will have a task to manage. I will need to spend more time cleaning up each plant from coordination at the top of the canopy to lolly underneath. And they will need more food to finish out their flowering cycle. Ready in a second, before
It's right there. What the fuck just happened?
Smilodon brutalis is a solitary hunter, generally found in cold, lightly wooded areas. The island's mountains are the perfect habitat, as the mammal's fur keeps it safe from the bitter temperature. While its huge fangs are excellent for delivering death blows, the creature's claws can be just as deadly. Despite normally being a solitary creature, Smilodon brutalis are not opposed to hunting in small packs. In fact, they have to do this to take down larger prey such as mammoths. Enough saber-tooths can take down a Carnotaurus, perhaps even a Tyrannosaurus. Either way, Smilodon brutalis should not be underestimated. While not as fast as raptors, there's no denying the saber-tooth's increased resilience and power. In addition, well-trained saber-tooth can be taught to use their claws to flay corpses. This may sound morbid, but it is among the best ways to quickly gather large quantities of hide from the giant beasts of the island.
Welcome everyone to the Happy Hydrant YouTube channel. For all of you that don't know me, my name's Darren. For everyone else that does, welcome back. This week we're checking out another 3x3 light. I've gotten so many questions about this light, so I said, to heck with it, I'm just going to make a video and see what you guys think. So we are going to do a little bit of power testing, a little bit of features of you, and overall just general let's get to know it. So this week we're looking at the Ion Board S33 from AC Infinity. So kick back and check it out. Whoa, here it is, the Ion Board S33 from AC Infinity. Whoa. And before we go any further, make sure you're subscribing to the channel, hitting that like button, and turning on those notifications to stay in the loop.
Checking out the stats for this light, you can see the AC Infinity light output that I put up on the screen there for you. Also, it does say that they have an efficiency of 2.7 U-volts per joule, 1702 ppfd, and a 2.3 amp 120 volts. So I'm going to use my Apogee M620 to do a power test and see what it says. Get you all the information as quickly as possible. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to Happy Hydro YouTube channel. For all you that don't know me, my name's Aaron. For everyone else that does, welcome back. I have an absolute dream, guys. I was working with AC Infinity 3x3 Elite Grow Kit. So, why wait any longer? Let's get all in there. features review of this tech kit. So, throw kit. Welcome everyone to the Happy Hydro YouTube channel. For all of you that don't know me, my name is Aaron. For everyone else that does, welcome back. This week we're checking out another 3x3 light. I've gotten so many questions about this light, so the package that I'm going to do. So we are going to get into a little car question, maybe get a feature review, and overall let's get to know it. So this week we are looking at the Ion Board Estimate AC Infinity. Take that, relax, bring it up. It was pretty easy to put together and hang up, super simple, and it doesn't take up a lot of room in that 3x3 set. The manual dial is just fine getting that light going. The only thing I did notice was that the cable from the light to the wall, where you plug it in, it's a little short for my liking. I'd probably say it's around 5 or 6 feet, which makes it a little tough for me to work around. Checking out the stats for this light, you can see the AC Infinity light output that I put up on the screen there for you. Also, it does say that they have an efficiency of 2.7 U-moles per joule, 1702 ppfd, and a 2.3 amp at 120 volts. So I'm going to use my Apogee MQ620 to do a power test and see what it says. We are going to cruise through these readings just to get you all that information as quickly as possible. So with an 18-inch hanging height at 100% power, we're seeing around 950 to 600 on the outsides. 18-inch hanging height at 80% power, anywhere from 300 to 400 on the outsides, going up to around 750 in the middle. 18 inches and 60% power, we're seeing that number around 200 to 350 on the outside, going in from 4 to 5 to just around 600 in the middle. 18 inches and 40% power, we're seeing 200 to 150 on the outside, going into around 3 to 400 in the middle. And then finally at 18 inches and 20% power, we're seeing around 100 on the outside, and
rising up to around 300 in the middle. So I dropped down that light to a 12-inch hanging height, kept it blasting at 100%. We're seeing around 600 to 400 on the outsides, and then all the way up to, 1200, 13, 14 in the middle. I will say that the increments on the manual controller do feel like they give a good, consistent change in that light output as you go down from 100 to 80 to 60%. Speaking of 60% at 12 inches and 60% power, you can see that 300 to 200 reading on the outside, all the way up to about 400 or 500, and then looking at 800 to 900 in the middle. At 12 inches and 40% power, back out to the outsides at around 250, down to 150. And then as we head back into the middle, you're going to see readings around 4. That is it for the power test. Like and subscribe to the Heavy Hydro channel before we 20% power. Just fine getting that light going. The only thing I did notice was that the cable from the light to the wall, where you plug it in, is a little short for my liking. I'd probably say it's around 5 or 6 feet, which makes it a little tough for me to work around. Checking out the stats for this light, you can see the AC Infinity light output that I put up on the screen there for you. Also, it does say that they have an efficiency of 2.7 U-moles per joule, a 1702 ppfd, and a 2.3 amp at 120 volts. So I'm going to use my Apogee MQ620 to do a power test and see what it says. We are going to cruise through these readings just to get you all that information as quickly as possible. So with an 18-inch hanging height at 100% power, we're seeing around 950 in the middle to 600 on the outsides. 18-inch hanging height at 80% power, anywhere from 300 to 400 on the outsides, going up to around 750 in the middle. 18 inches and 60% power, 200 to 350 on the outside, going in from 4 to 5 to just about 600 in the middle. 18 inches and 40% power, we're seeing 200 to 150 on the outside, going into around 400 in the middle. And then finally at 18 inches and 20% power, we're seeing rising up to around 300 in the middle. So I dropped down that light to a 12-inch hanging height and kept it blasting at 100%. We're seeing around 600 to 400 on the outsides, and then all the way up to, 1200, 13, 14 in the middle. I will say that the increments on the manual controller do feel like they give a good, consistent change in that light output as you go down from 100 to 80 to 60%. Speaking of 60%, inches and 60% power, you can see that 300 to 200 reading on the outside, all the way up to about 400 or 500, and then looking at 800 to 900 in the middle. At 12 inches and 40% power, back out to the outsides at around 250, down to 150. And then as we head back into the middle, you're going to see readings around 4. That is it for the power test. Be sure to like and subscribe to the Heavy Hydro channel before we 20% power, mostly for, seedlings, stuff like that. We're seeing a very low reading on the PFD. The last little bit, at our 116 volt outlet, we are showing 2.35 amps and 275 watts. Subscribe to the channel, like this video, and comment down below any other lights you want me to do a review on. Maybe I'll get my hands on them, or just any other gardening questions in general. And until next time, stay happy, friends.
so dead. Damn it, I am failing at this. That should definitely hit, yo. Why is it doing that? Like, some of those definitely should have hit that fucking thing, and it's just like, no, you don't hit it, you don't hit it, you don't hit it. You're dead. Get a little tired of that. Get a little tired. In general. Check out the swamp days we haven't been to in a while. death number 80. I've died 80 times. I give up. Get the fuck away from me, dog. Aw, shit. This boat too big. The boat's too big to see where I'm going.